Okay, just getting started. It's still loading. Super slow. Come on. Here we go. It gave me time to make tea, so I'm happy. Today is a day of rocks. Many rocks. Lots and lots of rocks. Actually, rat race? Yeah, I mean, I've been in the rat race for a little bit. We did rat race last time I streamed. But we'll be doing this. We'll be doing a little bit of RimWorld, and then also, I mean, we might do some Grounded 2 later today, like later on. But we can punch in quite a bit into the rat race currently. My plan today, right now, is to do masonry and napping because those are the two skills that I have almost. They're almost maxed. Now I say they're almost maxed. In actuality, they're about halfway. So they're like level 7, which is not quite. It's actually just under half because well, the way that it works is each level is scaling in total XP value, right? And the last two levels are 7,500 and 9,000 respectively. So they actually levels 8 and levels 8 to 9 and 9 to 10 are worth more than the first 7 levels combined. So halfway ish. It's just less noticeable if you have books because books give a times 16 when times 12. Well, it depends on which book, but if you have the level 5 book, it's times 16 multiplier value. It actually makes it so that the level 8 to 9 takes less time to do than levels 7 to 8, which is crazy if you really think about it. Because of the times 16 multiplier versus a times 12 multiplier, it actually is really, really significant. So we did see zombies here, which would be a mild concern, but nah. Yesterday, or well, it'll be the day before, I think, actually. We did carving, so carving's done. So I figured the next thing to do would be to max out both masonry and knapping if I can. Knapping will actually be... I'm gonna say it'll be easier than, but like, because I can pick up these flat stones, and the flat stones are worth a fair amount of XP. Oh, they changed that. I still would love the option to make it colored or not. Is that this? No. Maybe there is an option for that and I just need to find it. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder what happened to those color options. They were there at one point, now they're not. Let us quickly make a bunch of these. I'll run and grab a rabbit. This is another rock that we can smash. That's a rock that we can smash. Hmm. Hey tower, how goes? Yeah. A good call. I should get some tea. One sec. Currently I am just looking at tailoring recipes based on my tailoring level, and I'm gonna try out a few things. Because if I can max tailoring, if I can max masonry and napping are the primary focuses of my XP for today. Hmm. So here, just show the they're basically they're more than halfway at the moment, so I'd like to push them the rest of the distance if I can. So then those two will be done. Tailoring is like not even 25% through, so like we're getting there. Yeah, we got a long ways to go if we're going to max all the skills. But we are done leveling carving at least, so that's good. Um, so I need an awl. And then these bone fragments, I don't think are a recipe for anything, are they? Like, really? Aside from the things I've already done. Let me just double check. No. Like, I can turn them into alls, but I don't know if the alls themselves are needed in that way. Yeah, why not? Just put them away. Yeah, I'm having a good day. I've got a lot of bones, so I'll be able to convert those into bone armor that I'm not going to use. And some bone armor that I will use. As well as if I have enough twine, which, do we have a lot of twine? I have... How many spools? Like, actually. Okay, 3 spools. I'm pretty sure the raccoon skull doesn't do anything. It's like completely just not a thing. And these are the same, I think. Let's double check that they are the same XP value. The XP value is 0.7 for those. Let's check, because these are using up 3 skulls each. So 0.7 for that, or I can make 1 skull, and it is 0.7. So at the end of the day, why would you ever make the 3 skulls except for decorative purposes around your neck, I guess? What about this one? This one's a long one. Yeah, it's 0.7, so you should make the smaller one. And that gets rid of all of those rabbit skulls that I have saved up. So, there we go. Get rid of those. Don't need these. Really? Okay, so that's done for that, and it used up probably quite a lot of the twine that I have. So I can make these into 4. The reason why that's relevant is because 1-to-1 ratio on the large bone, right? Gets me a level 3 tailoring. Or I can use 6 bones to produce a... one of these. Yeah, so... But I don't have the recipe? Yeah, we don't have the bone armor recipes for that. So then the easiest method would be to do bone chokers. Which requires leather, which I should have some of. Yeah, there's 50. Let's do... Well, you know what? Let's do it. It's gonna... Oh, wait, 1 second, actually, before we start that. Because, we're hungry, and that's gonna cause problems. I need to go grab food. As much as I'd like to just carry on and ignore that stuff, I kind of can't. We need to deal with the moodles. Okay, 1 more mushroom. Yeah, hopefully by the end of today we'll have quite a few of those ones done. Because then I just have, which is next after. Ooh, a frog! Hello! Yet another friend for the collection. Hello! How's it going? It's going pretty good. Let's nick one of my bowls just so that I can... get some food. Alright, and now... So this is a level 3 craft. Now, because it's a level 3 craft, that's the one we're going to want to use. You go for the highest level craft right now is the best way, but also for the cheapest resources. So, you know, if there's something that is lower level but cheaper resource, you go for that. In this case, we have I want to say like a few hundred bones, and we'll be able to push our tailoring to probably level 4 or level 5. Is tailoring already level 4? It might already be level 4. So maybe we'll push it towards level 5. I don't know if we can get to level 5. It might be a bit of a tall order without having XP bonuses of any kind. Which I don't have tailoring, right? No. Should have taken sewer, but it's fine. Yeah, today's going good. Hopefully you're having a good day, Barry. I know that you've been doing Rat Race a little bit as well. I don't know if you've ever submitted a run to Rat Race, though. Not sure. At least I don't know if I've not seen it. Maybe you have. You should. You should just submit, even if you don't like. It's not about kill count or anything. It's just, you know, just have your name on the board. How am I liking 42.11? It's a step in the right direction. There's aspects of it that I think are very good. There's certain aspects of it that I think still need more work. I expressed it last time that I still think that the calorie system is kind of still not in the right place, and that cooking still needs work, and agriculture, and like to have more value. But that said, like I mean, and I don't feel like fishing is quite there yet. It's almost there. Like it's doing a lot better than it was for sure. But I feel like there it could go a little bit more. You know. But that said, I do like the new drying rack mechanic. I think it's good, but I think that the herbal drying rack needs adjusting so that it can take on more than one. For the leather drying racks, fine. You know, it taking one leather at a time, that's not a big deal. Like, I mean, most of the time you're only going to be wanting to dry, well, maybe a handful of leathers at a time, and you could make more than one rack for that. That's not a big deal. But for the plant drying rack specifically, because you are incurring so many more plants, it's better for it to have a larger yield. We were discussing it recently, and we're a little bit, well, we were, this is still the old drying rack. One second, I gotta turn it. There we go. Now you're back. Now you're to the new one. The fun fact, that's something that is interesting about crafting stations and items in the game. They can kind of keep their old values, kind of. Sometimes most of the time they'll keep their old values. A good example would be actually Vanishing Towers, magical ice cream, not rotting. Ice cream from the before times, back when ice cream didn't used to rot. Um, but yeah, it's I feel like that if they did like maybe for the plant drying rack, they could, because it's a smaller timer, they could do like a cooking system for it instead. Like, like kind of like an oven, like it bakes gradually over time and then the items are ready. And that you can put a certain encumbrance level of items in them. So like for plants, like maybe you could put, because got on the display what maybe I didn't count it, but there's like 15 sheafs or something like that. So some on that, like, so just see how much that weighs, put that in there as a thing, and there you go. That's the encumbrance value of said thing. That said, though, like, I mean, I do like this mechanic. I think it's good. I think that there was a lot of care that went into this, and I do like it. I think it's good. It's a good mechanic. It just needs a little bit more baking time. You'll take my word for it because you don't have anything. Okay, that's fair. If you. Also, hopefully you had a good holiday recently. You were celebrating. Hopefully it was good. Um, right now I need to continue my leveling because that's what I'm currently doing. I'm grinding XP for certain things. So, like, for example, today we're going to be grinding masonry, we're going to be grinding napping, and we're going to be grinding tailoring, and quite a lot of these skills that are kind of just stay at home. Just because I want to get them out of the way. I want them to be done. Oh, nice. Of course. Holidays are something that I very much appreciate. Like, I mean, I'm not super bombastic with them a lot of the time. Sometimes I am. It just varies. But I do appreciate holidays. Whether it's a birthday or anniversary or any of those kinds of things. It's good to have them. A reason to sort of be happy and enjoy others' company. Let's go and snag a rabbit. 'Cause why not? Also, I do want to level up a little bit of short blunt today as well, because I just want to see damage values. So right now our short blunt is one of our lower skills. So right here, see, and it doesn't have a bonus. Same for spear, but spear is different. Spear is special. While short blunts they're good, but they have one of the worst deficits in my current character build because they've got low XP and because they're the lowest level right now. So to use them is to be kind of suffering a little bit. Get roughly 20 XP. Then we'll nick one rabbit for eating, and then the for animal care, this is gonna be quite it's a lengthy process. Going at our current rate, if I were to maybe pet more than 2/3 of these rabbits, um, it's roughly, it would be 40 XP, let's say, on average, every... There we go, but I'm not gonna do that. So it would take quite a lot of days to level, is what I'm saying. I'm getting at. I don't actually know if I can carry all this stuff back. It's a bit heavy. Yeah, did I grab it all? I grabbed most of it. I didn't get the flat stone, but that's okay. Okay, we'll go cook these rabbits up. Sorry. Hello. Almost there. Sorry. Oh, what is up with that? It's too much sneezing. Enough. No more. Not allowed. Used up all my sneezes for the day. No more sneezing. Panned. Yeah, 80's fine. Yeah, something's up with cooking right now. And it's been bugging me. Like that right there, like somehow it's stopping at point 0 for whatever reason. Even though I could have put that whole flank in there, it's still giving me that extra point 0. I don't know why that is. Weird. It's what I mentioned before. There's some things that still need a little bit of tweaking. I like that new animation. That's a good animation. The one with the when you use a notch plank. I like that it's different. I still kind of wish that I could like put a branch in here, use that to light the kiln or something like that, you know? Or if we have the ability to make candles, like I said before, if we had lard on the butchering menu, like as an option from the animals, if we could get some of the animal fat to make into candles, I would use twine to make the wicks and then be able to light stuff like that. It would work for smokers too. Like I mean, I don't play a smoker character 99% of the time, but it would be helpful for an early game smoker to be able to do something like that, or you know, because they can't light their cigarettes off of the campfire, or maybe they can. I don't remember them being able to though. How much liquid is left? We got 21 liters of water. It's roughly 10 days worth. 10 days worth of liquid. Mm. My internet drop? No. Okay. Alright, let's grab the dog green hemp. One. So these are 4.2 each. What is my weight doing? Down. Okay. Is it hard to make a stone mill? I mean, it's not hard, but the stone mill itself is kind of... It's not what I thought it was. I thought it would be able to crush any seeds into paste, and that's not the case. So you can only do corn that's dried, wheat seeds into flour, right? Or so you can make cornmeal, corn flour. Those are your options. And then you can also turn flax or sunflowers into seed paste. That's it. It doesn't let you do any of the other seeds. It's not particularly hard to make this thing. Like, I mean, once you have masonry up a little bit, and it's not hard to get masonry up after level 1. So that's the one sort of sucky part, is if you're doing a full zero character, or you're doing a zero to hero character that didn't take masonry, um, it ends up being kind of annoying to level masonry from 0 to 1, because you got to go and you need a club hammer or a pickaxe, or you need to make a stone maul with level 5 napping in order to access the nodes, like to smash the nodes for masonry. Um, you can crush limestone for masonry as well, but then once you're high enough level, you'll be able to make well, you can make stone pits out of clay cement, but it's kind of expensive. I wouldn't want to spend clay cement on that. Same as making the stone cabinet. Before, this didn't used to take clay cement. Now it does. Before, it used to just be rocks, and you had to make like 70 of these in order to be able to level your masonry, because it gave almost no XP. The value was just absolutely atrocious. Um, but then, so once you have that, then you can go and you can make, so there's the kern, which is the easier one, if I remember right, which just takes 2 stone wheels, or sorry, 2 small ones and 1 large one. This one lets you grind grains into flour, so if you specifically want to do the cornmeal and corn flour and that kind of stuff, that one's good for that. But if you want to do the paste because you have sunflowers, it's going to take a little bit more. Not much more though, because by the time you're level 1 masonry, you'll be leveling your masonry with stone bricks anyways. So to be quite honest, if you want my honest opinion, the this recipe right here is completely worthless and you don't need it. So you might as well just make the stone mill. Why would you make the kern? It's the same level. It's a little bit cheaper, but like it's inferior. Like, so making the kern just is kind of eh. You choose to make the less good one. Especially because now you can do clay cement in the wooden bucket, which is it's a needed recipe for flow. And this is one of the sort of the issues with some of the flow in the game, is that you can see some of these things just being not needed. A good example would be for the kilns, right? You have 3 kinds of kilns. You have the dome kiln, which produces you coke coal. This is utilized to make steel. That's important, right? You have the advanced kiln, and you have the primitive kiln, which costs exactly the same as the advanced kiln, and it's just inferior. Why does this recipe exist? It's because there's going to be progression, and this recipe will have value. But the thing is right now it has no value. It's a different kiln that is worse overall and costs exactly the same recipe, right? 20 clay, mason, like. Now, what you could say is, oh, well, okay, so, well, how do we make this, the advanced kiln, require, like, value? But all it's going to do is going to throw, so let's say that they decide that they want the advanced kiln to make brick. You need bricks, clay bricks, to be able to make the advanced kiln, right? So basically, you make the advanced kiln require the primitive kiln. Now that's flow of progression, but it's still it's ham-fisted. It doesn't feel that good, you know what I mean? Like it's not as like you'd want to be able to use the primitive kiln not just as a stepping stone to get yourself an advanced kiln. You'd want to at least have other recipes available in the primitive kiln that have some value as well. Otherwise, people will just be like, yeah, just make the primitive kiln to make the advanced kiln because otherwise you're wasting resources, right? So yeah, it's it's one of those things where I can see the potential of it, and it's got a good like direction. It's just it's not there yet. Which is a large, like you can say that about a large amount of stuff in the primitive, sorry, not primitive, in the unstable build. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Here's one that is one that is doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Why ever would I make a simple furnace or a simple forge when I could just wait and get a bellows and make the advanced one? These two recipes here are virtually worthless. The only reason why you would make them is if you were being lazy. just calling myself out here because yeah, and the butchering requiring a hook, you can loot the hook, so that is something that's possible. That said, though, um, the fact that the butchering, it's butchering itself it's a cool mechanic, but I feel like it needs to be expanded on. I feel like I said before, animals could benefit from having lard, and not only that, the lard could benefit in making candles so that you can have a form of light source that is non-powered. Imagine this, that you can place down candles and that they last for like an in-game week, or like, they last for, because Project Zomboid is it's a video game. Maybe the candles burn for a little bit longer so that you're able to sort of like have them for a little while, well, so that you can build them up a little bit, right? And so having animals make the candles, and then there you go, you can have ambient lighting and nighttime lighting. Imagine this, doing like tiki torches along the edges of your area as you're driving past. You have little lights along during the evenings. And then not only that, but it would utilize some of that beautiful lighting that we don't get to see in the late game very often. Like, cuz they have some really glorious lighting and it looks really nice for the first like couple of months, right? Assuming you're playing on Apocalypse, let's say, maybe, and let's say that you lucked out and for some reason the power is staying on for like the full duration, right? They've got some beautiful lights that you won't really get to see for very long unless you go and hook up generators along the way. I would love that lighting to be applied to candles and then utilized in that format. It would be so cool. What's a bat format? I don't know. Did I misspeak and say bat format? I don't remember why I said that. Can somebody give me the context? I don't know if I said that. But it would be nice to see that lighting later on in mid to late game if you could have that lighting applied to candles, and that you could place the candles around, and then like I said, tiki torches, or like just having, or lanterns. Like, you could make your own like little lanterns with candles. I just downed the rest of my tea. That sucks. It's only been an hour. I'm gonna have to get more tea here soon. But yeah, that's so if you want my opinion on those kinds of things, that's what I'm thinking right now, is the game needs those kinds of stuff, as well as, I mean, the obvious stuff. like adjusting the current systems. Agriculture is not in a good place. Fishing needs a little bit more tweaking. It's getting there, but it's not. It still needs a little bit of work. Um, yeah, and then the flow of the game, the actual flow of the crafting. As someone who loves crafting, crafting is one of the things that I very much like. Right? Now flip that. What if you're somebody who hates crafting, right? Well, you're not going to want to interact with any of these systems. They're all a little bit too complex and too irritating to even think about, right? So, those kinds of folks will often just crank the loot and just go for loot, right? But that's my point is that, or the alternative is later down the line when they create NPCs, but I don't like using that as an example because anything an NPC can do, a player should be able to have access to as well, right? I think I'll go grab one of the bucks. Yeah. Yeah, I think fishing still needs a little bit more tweaking from what I've seen and heard. Because I've heard that some folks are getting like the 1,000 calorie fish, which is good. That's awesome. But I still think that there's certain aspects of fishing that need adjusting, and hopefully they can find the source of what's causing the ripples to disappear for some folks, because that still seems to be a problem. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's a bug in the abundance or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what would cause that. But yeah, it definitely I agree with we need more data on it. But for right now, because it's still in we're still in that phase, it's good to be like, okay, well this still needs adjusting in some ways for sure. Let's grab you. Oh yeah, if they fix the ripple thing, then yeah, the fishing will not be in a bad spot at all. Like I still think that its value early game isn't good, but that just forces you to level it a little bit, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I wonder if it's just maybe something to do with abundance and then it picks it over. But I don't know if that's left over. Like if that code is even still there. Because it could be brand new code, right? And maybe something is causing it to hit 0 or go into the negatives and then apply an NAN to things similar to the calories. Because calories is doing that for a while. Where it would sort of bug out because of the liquid system. Like it didn't know what to do with it, so it would cause an NAN. I wonder if it's something like that. Or it could be something that was much more simple. I don't know. At the end of the day, I just hope that those systems kind of hit that nice sweet spot where they have value and there's purpose behind them, right? Because there's no sense in doing stuff and then it not having any value. Like you want to have your time mean something. That's just like the butchering system, and why I believe that the butchering system, because the meats themselves haven't been so they've not been that great. It's improving, but it still needs work. A lot of the meats are just not in a balanced state. Like they at least not until you get into the higher levels of butchering. Because even if you mess up on food, like even if it was like mashed, like let's say you like let's imagine that the pork cut is a mashed, destroyed piece of food. It's still food. You can still eat that, right? It doesn't mean that the bunny just disappears. Now, okay. I know they're trying to move away from this as well. This the right click interaction menu. They want us to be in here, which I get that. But if they want us to be in here, give cooking its own section that isn't in like this spot, you know? Put cooking in its own thing and let us save recipes, right? Cuz cooking has depth and could be really like you could add more depth to the system without making it too complicated. There we go. Yeah, mashed and mangled. Time to make hot dogs. All right, we'll see. With time goes on, they'll adjust things as they feel like they need to. Like I said, that idea with the candles and the lard and the twine is a good idea, I think. Like that and pushing for greenhouses. If we could have greenhouses and like that would give purpose for glass making, it would give purpose for agriculture. It would make a lot of those systems feel better overall. Because those systems lack right now. And it's a noticeable lacking. There's not very many people that want to grow crops. And you add into the fact that the drying racks right now, although they're new and I like them, just like trying to hammer that point home, I like them. I think they're good. The fact that right now you would have to make like 20 drying racks to be able to handle even a portion of your harvest is not good, right? Because each drying rack can only take one herb right now. So let's say that I plant, like even earlier in this particular playthrough, I had, I think, 20 lemongrass. Now let's pretend for a second that it wasn't lemongrass. Let's pretend it was common mallow, right? Instead. Well, let's lowball it and say that I harvest 3 common mallow per crop, right? That's a bit of a low ball, but like let's say that only 3, right? So 3 times 20, like you see, and so I would have to have 60 drying racks. That doesn't really make sense, right? Especially because the drying racks themselves have a display picture that has like several herbs on it. I know it's a work in progress and that they're gonna get there, but that's a point that I have that probably well, I'm not the only one that's made that point. But like I said, I like the drying rack mechanic. I think it's cool. It looks good too. Like the especially the larger drying racks, the ones that do the full leathers, they look nice. And there's a lot of effort that have gone into that. I'm not selling the effort short. I feel like it's good. It just needs more work. That's another one thing that's new as well with the build 42.11, and this should not be undersold. This stuff right here is awesome. To be able to destroy fuel directly here with the campfire and to see exactly how much campfire time you have, as well as to be able to put the fire out here. It's all nice to have that in there. Um, I kind of wish there was a light fire option up here as well, but there's not a whole lot of room left once you have all these options up here. And you got to remember, what if I'm playing with font that's larger? It's harder for that to fit up there, right? Because there's not enough space. I was thinking maybe it would have its own like separate like if you're interacting with a campfire, if it opened up another little window beside that had those options available instead. I know that once again that's a little bit it's intrusive and it's difficult for UI I suppose, but if it were to do like a separate drop down that was specific, like it opened up kind of a side inventory. But if they applied that, then they could do that with radios and TVs as well. Like instead of having the right click option and then having it appear when you walk over to a radio or a TV, it could just pop up here instead, or and then you could drag it to wherever, right? Same for the campfire option. But it's just like another full UI element, and I can see that being a lot of work. It's why it's cool to suggest these things, but it's also good to bear in mind that a lot of these suggestions would maybe take a lot of work to do, right? Like it's and to expect the devs to have the time to fit that in with their other stuff, it would be difficult. Like they've got a lot going on as it is. They're bug fixing, they're constantly trying to adjust things and work on new stuff. To slot in a bunch of suggestions on top of it would be kind of tough. But they do the best they can. A big one that the community is like behind, for example, that I suggest that I wouldn't be is crowbars opening things. I don't think that that's actually as a mod it's good, but I don't believe that that's something that in the base game would be as good. And I have reasons for that. The reasons being that there's an entire system that's dedicated to the keys and copying keys. You make keys worthless if you do that. If you have the ability just open everything with a crowbar. The only value in the key system would be I don't know, there wouldn't be any value in the key system at all. It just loses all value. It's sort of like how hot wiring nullifies the usage of car keys, and they're just kind of not useful after that. Like they just speed up the process by a little bit if you have the key to the car. Am I gaining? Squared off. Okay, let's continue on with what we were doing. The mistake to open up the foraging menu over there. Oh my. Excuse, no, no, you don't need to do that. That was awkward. Zombie in my crafting area. We want to be wild plants focused right now. Because we want dogbane hemp. Well, quickly level animal tracking to level 2 so that I can go read that book. We're having a lot of errors happen. Has anybody really been using animal tracking? I've got like 7 errors happening. 8. What the heck? I feel like animal tracking being on the same as foraging is distracting. Like they're not good to have together. Like look at all this other stuff that I'm seeing while I'm trying to track animals. I just want to get the tracking a little bit higher though. And then we can read that book. Yeah, I think that we'll call it there on tracking for the moment. Just because of encumbrance. Dealing with it while I'm wandering into the woods and there's still zombies around. The deer are in this area though. I think there should at least be 3 deer left. We did manage to get a couple of them though. Like I mentioned before though, that system is another one that still needs a lot of work in terms of it doesn't feel like hunting at the moment. It just feels weird. Do I need this quick climb, or do I gotta use the limestone pieces directly? You use the limestone pieces directly. Okay. Takes quite a bit of limestone as well. Just one more of these. Need 3 there. 16 there. So yeah, we want to be doing these. I'll keep 5 of them around, but I don't think that I need more than that at the moment. Mm. The chiptune version of Running with the 90s. It's good. You should definitely pick it up. If you want that version of it, it's snag it out of my playlist. There you go. It's fun. When I heard it, I was like, this is going on my playlist for sure. Cause it fits. It fits in my mind. Makes me happy, and like I mean, I think the very first time I heard it come on, I was actually running around, you know, and doing zomboid stuff. Just like, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do a brief BRB. Get myself another tea, and then we'll carry on. We're right now we're how far are we in? We're almost to the next level of masonry, which is, you know, that's not going to be too hard to get. I could kind of rush this a little bit faster if I was running around to spots that have large stones. I could grab the large stones, and that gives me like 100 XP per large stone, which just means that I would need roughly a couple hundred large stones, and then we would be able to max out masonry. As for napping, napping's gonna take a little bit of doing, but at least we're able to get the XP somewhat reliably when we have chipstone. I could probably push for chipstone nodes, and that would get that leveled up a lot quicker. We've still got such a long way for electrical to get leveled, but you know. Anyways, BRB. Oops, I pushed the wrong button. Not a big surprise. Okay, let's go. One more. I think something that's annoying now is that in order to place these things in here, I can't just put them to their maximum anymore. Um, because it won't, that interaction to avoid us overstuffing the like, you know, putting like 1,000 hours worth of fuel on there, which wouldn't make sense, right? For the fuel for the fires. Um, Now I have to keep the sticks and splinters and stuff in a separate spot so that I can pulse like a smaller amount of them in order to not overdo it. I'm just gonna delete these. I can't be bothered. There's too many too much rotten stuff. Okay. Well, not enough room. Yeah, okay. I get that. 7 hours, 4 hours. But can I put enough to fill it so that I don't have to fill it later? There we go. If we're gonna have that be a limitation, if this limitation is gonna be applied to these kinds of things, there should be a an option for the destroy fuel that should be like destroy the amount that I can put in there then. Like let me put the amount that I can. So 8 hours, let me put 3 hours worth of tinder on there. Let that be an option. Fill until full. And if it goes a little bit under or a little bit over, then, you know, then that's fine. It doesn't need to be perfect. Because, well, I mean, in a real campfire, if you put a little bit too much wood, you know what happens? It burns down. That's what happens. I don't mean like the mounding 1,000 hour fire extra. I mean like an extra 5 minutes, by the way. Like if I put an extra twig on there, it's not gonna break the bank. But at the end of the day, I understand that it's not meant to be an over. So then instead allow it to be under. Like see, there's 17 hours in this campfire because this campfire was done before, right? Yet these ones here can all take a little bit more fuel because you can do up to 8 hours. I wonder if campfire still can access maybe when this is burned down a bit. Put these stone knives out of here. We'll go sleep, and then we'll wake up and keep going. There's another 50 leather strips. It's almost impossible for me to run out of leather strips at this point, at the moment, due to the amount of leather we have. It is a large amount. What are we out of at the moment? Fine. Okay. Honest, do I even need this backpack on right now? I don't. Let's put the backpack away. Don't need the bowl, although I can keep the bowl on me, I think. The reason why I wanted to take off the backpack is because in the event that I find a large stone, I want to be able to pick it up. Because a large stone is worth like 100 XP. And we need roughly... $165 stones is the minimum. Maybe a little bit more than that. If you think in terms of how much that weighs, it's ludicrous to max out. But, I mean, you'd be maxed out. crazy though. I need to go grab the stone maul so I can break that. Now we have a stone maul. I might as well make this. Requires 18. Just how much do those weigh? Just out of curiosity. That's over. So 18 is nearly 20% of the encumbrance of a tile. There needs to be a way to store things like that that are for crafting. Like even if it was just like a little bin for rocks or something. Here goes another one. Here's another 10, which is another 40 XP. I should have made those into drills. We have a few more long blades now. I'll leave these two here. I don't know what I want to use these tin cans for. I'll just store them for now. I know they're good to use. So. Do we have enough? We have 60 there, so we'll hold off on that for a moment. If leather is so... I'll make with leather strips. of the recipe. Yep, so the chokers are still the best at the moment. Just means that we need to burn time processing. And we gotta go to bed, we gotta eat, we gotta rest. I have the resources, so... Okay, good enough for now. There was no break noise for it. Yet the stone drill is broken. Didn't tell me in any way that it was. It's just like no way to know outside of me knowing that it's going to break because despite it not having a condition bar, I don't know, some of them do. Yeah. They initially didn't have one though, so I didn't assume that they had condition at all. But everything's getting condition. Everything breaks now. Which is fine. I'm okay with things breaking, but a bit crazy. Let's get some food. Or no, we'll go to sleep. And we'll do rabbits tomorrow. One more. With this XP. Let's do something else. Stone broke. I'm battling my invisible enemies. The calorie system. Yep. Oh, wait, we don't have any thread. Need to go find some. Don't have twine. That is a turnip. Head back. This is another 100 XP. We're going twine again, which is not a huge surprise. There we go. The flushing tool broke. Now I have one made of metal. Alright, let's see. How many of these do I have so far? 5. This is just one, right? Wait, I still have an old version of the drying rack. Um, so, I mean, I could technically abuse this. I really could, but I'm not gonna. But I could very easily just instant dry all my stuff here. But that's exploitive, and I don't want to do that. That's not fair. This is the old version of the drying rack, the new version of the drying rack. Any drying rack built after this point would be not this. So if we pick this up and move it, which I'm intending to do. Hey, it's a thing. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm doing some rat race today. And, well, I'm going to be looking at this stuff here, which is... Oh, the small drying rack hasn't been changed. Huh. The large drying rack's been changed, but the small drying rack hasn't been changed. I should mention that to the rat race folks. Small drying rack not been changed for leather. Large one has, but small not yet. That's so weird. Unless maybe 1 second, I'm gonna try building a new one. But yeah, thank you very much again for the raid. Do very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having fun with whatever you were up to. Which my thing says that you were. 1 second, it loads. It says you were playing Red Dead 2. Is that right? No. Is it? Maybe. Red Dead's a good game. I really liked playing it with Emma. That said, give me a little intro. Yeah. When we played with Emma and Emma liked doing the events, like the Railroad Baron and all that stuff. And Emma's really good at them. Emma usually came in first or high, like up in the. I kind of was just there to hamper a lot of the other people. That was my duty. My duty was to make it hard for anyone else to win. Yeah, they're really fun. And I did a good job. I did a good job of making sure no one else could win. Yeah, apparently the drying rack for... So I'm going to try and make a new one just to see, but the small leather drying rack doesn't seem changed by the new update, which is interesting. I don't want to abuse that if it has been changed, but I need to double check it because one of the new features in build 42.11 is the new drying rack system. So it looks like this. So essentially, you put items in, and it takes time now to to dry stuff. So they're expecting us to have more than one thing, like more than one drying rack going, which is understandable. But for things like plants, I'm hoping they up the amount because currently drying one plant at a time is painful, and a high chance that you'll lose part of your yield waiting for the other plants to dry if you don't have enough. Plus, it doesn't make sense given the picture for the plant drying rack. the you can see like 15 of them drying. So why would you only be able to dry one? Either that or they need to reduce the cost of the drying racks and shrink it so that it only fits in one tile. But those are just my thoughts. Yeah, things have been going good in the rat race, and then I've been playing other stuff as well. We've managed to finish Abiotic Factor, which is really cool. We might go back and sort of continue our Abiotic Factor playthrough, like just sort of leveling skills, making the base nicer, stuff like that, with Rhett. As well as we've got their vintage story stuff, and then I do have plans to do some RimWorld as well as some other games, and maybe some Grounded 2 later today. We'll see. Depends on what folks are up to. Yeah, that's my plans for right now. That and maybe a few other games here in the near future. Emma's been asking me to play Sea of Thieves. So... Which, I have played Sea of Thieves in the past. Back in the old times, I was a pirate legend once. Yeah, I need to double check that the small drying rack is it's not just. What does it take to make a small drying rack? Twine, open, excellent. Enjoy making bread. That sounds awesome. I'm looking forward to doing stuff like that in the future. I want to do like I want to make so there's a couple types of bread that I actually haven't really done before. One of them is sourdough, and I want to be able to try and make that with Emma. Like we'll you know do the starter and have it set. It'll be fun. Okay, so we need some plants. Actually, gonna go this way. You want to try sourdough soon too? Yeah. Yeah, I want to do more baking and stuff. Like I'm fairly adequate in certain things. Like I can do confection, no problem. Brownies, cupcakes, cookies, pies. I'm fine with all that stuff. The stuff that I struggle on would be like um I suppose consistency with things that are like flan and stuff like that. I still need to practice that stuff because I haven't made enough of it. And I kind of it, it it doesn't come out quite right. Like puddings are easy, but and so are jellos, but you need to try pretzels again. Yeah, I'd like to do more of that sort of stuff. I agree. Oh, whoa, there's a zombie. Zombie in my zombie game? What are you talking about? This is weird. That's the thing about Project Zomboid though, is they sometimes you'll forget there's zombies even in the game. You just like you'll be so busy crafting or doing other things that a zombie will show up and it'll be jarring. It'll be like, whoa, oh yeah, they exist. They're ever present and I forgot about them. That's pretty bad. Yeah, oh yeah, zombies. In the zombie game. It's a shock, isn't it? It kind of actually shocks me though. I know it maybe doesn't sound like it in my voice, but it's one of those things that's like it is actually like I open my eyes and I'm like, "Oh yeah. This isn't just The Sims." This is a crafting version of The Sims. Plus RuneScape. Gotta grind them skills. I was thinking about it recently and while this layout for the skills is not terrible, and I do like seeing the gold, I thought of it recently. What if this was a number like RuneScape? Like, what if it went to like 100? It was just a passing thought. Part of me hopes the devs don't hear. Because it's like, it going to 10 is good enough. But, you know. Let's place that there. Break that. So the big thing that I'm doing today, and as much as it's I'm just getting XP in certain crafting skills just to kind of finish them off, so I don't have to think about them anymore. We're doing masonry, knapping, metal working, tailoring, a lot of those kinds of skills. Do you love napping? Me too. Napping is a pastime of mine. Very much enjoy it. Let's see. There's another 10. So I need to try and make one of the small drying racks first before because I already posted that the small drying rack is kind of weird. But let's make another one just to be on the safe side so that it's brand new. Because maybe this drying rack is broken, but the other ones are not. It's not this backpack, it's the other one. Hacksaw. Okay. Have a look. So I need a hammer of some kind and 4 long sticks. I can make the long sticks happen. Four long sticks and some kind of hammer. One nail. Well, let's test it. Okay, they look identical. Nope. Okay. So that's so weird. Uh, yeah, I'm just gonna dismantle it. So this one interacts like the small from a distance, but if I walk away and click small drive, no, it still interacts like the old one. Yeah, so we have to disassemble you because I can't be doing that. Really? It's gonna be that picky, huh? Okay. Why did that make a broken sound? Oh, because the hammer broke. So many of these objects just shatter into a million pieces, adding a ridiculous amount of tedium. Um, I wonder if I'd still think the same thing if I didn't, if the items did that to begin with. Hard to say. I think I'll make even more of these. And so the reason why I'm making so many of these is because I think and I'm gonna go out on a limb here and guess that the devs didn't change the timer on leather for all things, so the small leathers and the large leathers are gonna be the same. That's what I'm gonna guess. Now I could be wrong, and I'm willing to retract that that mentality if I am wrong. However, I don't think I am, so we'll see. Okay, I made 9 of these. That should be good enough for right now. Grab some of the wet leathers that I have, which are... where? And food... they're over there. Okay, let's see. Oh. So this small leather takes the same amount of time to dry as a large leather. Interesting. So you can load up more than one at a time. By the look of it, it looks like you can load up two at a time, at least. So if I put this here, I just have to come back and take the in progress one to start the next one. But obviously I wouldn't want to wait that long, because it's already going to take an in-game week to craft it, right? Now, an in-game week I can make fly by. It's just... If you were to think in terms of multiplayer, how long is an in-game week? Well, on average, based on the new Apocalypse style, days are now an hour and a half, right? Or something like that. Maybe a little bit less. So let's say an hour. Because let's round down and assume that you lose part of that day to sleep. And that it fast forwards that part. So let's say just 1 hour. That means that to get one piece of leather, it's going to take you 7 hours real time. Do this. And then there's a large portion of the time where this leather stuff is not going to be active at all. It's just going to be sitting there doing nothing. Seven. This is going to burn pretty much all of the saplings that I've collected over the current time. That's assuming that you don't decide to use saplings for spears at all. If you're using saplings for spears, well, because you like the spear, you know, as a weapon, you're suddenly going to be fighting, you know, should I use my saplings for weapons, or should I use them? It just ends up being oddly like combative. The systems are not yeah. Things off the floor for a second. Put them over here. We're gonna need what? More twine? Is that what I'm struggling on right now? Seems like it, yeah. See, I like the attention to detail in these, though. Like, they are nice in this way. I like this. That said, though, I do think that the timing on it is a little excessive. I need more twine. I need to eat food. Okay, let's go grab water. We got a free large stone. That's another 100 XP. For masonry. And then we only need 16,000 more eventually. I think we're still in the 17,000 range though for XP. Which sounds a lot worse than it is. You can make it sound better though. You know how you make that sound better? I'm almost level 8. That's how you make it sound better. I'm almost level 8 masonry. Or you can, 17,000 more XP to go. really It seems a lot worse than it is. So you can see these here. Interesting. So they're frozen because, and so them being frozen because of the temperature is causing. Fascinating. So we actually physically should not have these where they currently are. Can I take that off of there? No. Can I pick it up while there's something inside it? Item has something in its container. Yet I can't take the item off now that it's been strapped to it. Nope. Can't disassemble it. Can't move it. Can't pick it up. Can't remove the item from the container. Yeah. So there's nothing I can do with these except for try and increase their temperature. So the way that I would go about doing that would be... I'm gonna have to burn... Oh, it's gonna be expensive. So the way that I'm gonna have to do this is I'm actually gonna need to masonry trowel. We're gonna need sand. And we're gonna need clay. Oh, we need 2 clay. I need to get these out of my inventory, and I need to go get clay. A little bit of clay, so that I can make clay cement. Use... Okay. Rocks. Potato. Frog brain. Eggs. This is a nice area for a little bit of XP. That's a few hundred XP right there. Same for this, if we were to grab it all. Nice lunch. Don't need to know. Don't need the caterpillar, grab it anyways. What we do need right now is I need clay. Stone. Lettuce, cabbage. Not what I'm looking for. Berries. Thermite. Something here, something there. That's another boulder. Right, I'm gonna start heading down. We did not end up finding what I was looking for. At least not yet. Soon, though. So those are affected badly by the temperature right now. To the point where they're actually not drying at all. And I need to somehow put 7 days worth of firewood on the campfire, but I can't do that. I can only do it at 8 hours at a time. So that's gonna be sucky. Interesting though that the leather stuff can freeze and the food cannot, which leads me to believe, is that something that they're going to add? Are they going to add the ability for refrigeration to be possible outside? If like maybe you could like dig a hole in the ground and refrigerate that way? That wouldn't be a bad idea for, you know, doing a wilderness run where you're likely not going to find power for an extremely long time. You could still have refrigeration. They do that very frequently with in snowstorms. You can use it's essentially nature's freezer, right? I don't think that that would be good for in terms of optimization, though. I feel like that it would cause a lot of lag, but I don't know. Really, maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it'd be fine. We're like super eager at the moment, and it sucks. So we didn't end up finding what I was looking for, but I am going to keep looking. So we're going to go for another round of foraging. Oh, don't need tobacco, not a smoker. There we go, got the clay I needed. Okay. Sand, water. Let's clay cement. Clay cement trowel. S- I'm gonna guess that this works the same as the, might not, but alright, now to thaw these, I actually need to start. And then that's going to be good for 8 hours of the 7 days that it's going to require to. And then once we do that, we're going to move them indoors, I think, because having them outside is just going to be too much work, I think. Let's see. Because what's the temperature indoors? Yeah, it's better indoors. We'll set it up inside. It's just I can't move them right now because they have stuff in them. So I have to wait an in-game week of temperature grind, essentially. So it's still considered cold. So this is gonna cost... That's brutal. So 0.7% more fire, or, well, where's the axe? Because essentially now this is what I have to dedicate an in-game, a little bit more than an in-game week to fix, because I didn't understand how the mechanic worked entirely, and now I'm suffering for it. So, start with these pieces. Self-inflicted problem, though. So now I just need to keep these 2 fires lit for an entire in-game week. A little bit more than that, actually. Nope, don't speed up time. I can't split wood in the dark. And you're both gonna go out. So these are gonna go out while I'm asleep. There's little I can do to fix that either. Because I can't put in more than 8 hours worth of firewood. But it is what it is. We're just gonna have to suffer. Live and learn. Put the drying racks indoors, and then I may even need a fire indoors. Like a campfire pit or whatever indoors. To keep them extra warm during the winter. Because the temperature will drop indoors. Like internally, right now, it's 4C. So if it drops a little bit more, and it will, because it's gonna be winter here soon. Which leads me to wonder, actually, is it gonna get so cold that even those fires are not enough? It actually might. I might need to cut my losses on those, maybe, if I'm noticing that we can't quite get the temperature that we need. This is not. Brown. Light this fire pit. And then we'll light those other two, and then we'll see. I'm gonna guess that the fire pits will be enough to heat it to the point where at least so it's 16C next to the fire pit. I'm gonna guess that's enough. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need to fix this. It gives you cooking XP when you light the fire. And how are you doing now? 18 hours, and its drying rate is times 0.6 because of the temperature. It was 0.7 before, but because it's a slightly colder day. Yeesh. I let the eggs burn. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna BRB for just a moment and just refill my tea. Okay. I'm gonna rip apart the entirety of the interior of Smokies, I guess. We're gonna need to. I need a saw, I need a hammer. Let me get that. Steel chunk. I have steel chunks. How do I pierce one? This one we need to take apart at some point. How many hours left? 5 hours. Okay. Grab two. Why are the chairs and the tables made of long sticks? Hmm. Oh, by the way, I don't understand why. I don't get it. I'm confused. They used to be planks and now they're long sticks. Everything's made with long sticks. That doesn't make any sense. It's just so confusing. It doesn't need to be confusing. Why is it that we can't, like... Uh, show me where the long stick is on the chair. Like, for the table, fine. I will let the table slide. The table's fine. But show me on that wooden chair where the long stick is. Right? Arguably here. Right? But this is nearly a plank. Like, almost, right? You could, in theory, get one plank out of this chair. More likely than getting a long stick. You'd actually have to whittle it down in order to get a long stick. It doesn't make sense. Now, for the table, fine. I can see, all right, somehow we've messed up, ruined the entire top of the table, and we have a long stick left over. I could see that. Sure. But it doesn't make sense for the chairs. It's strange. I don't, and I get it. It's because things craft out of long sticks now. A lot of things craft out of long sticks. Like most of the drying racks, you got you know, quite a few things that long sticks are required in, right? The spinning wheel, the loom, you know, like it makes some sense. But here's a thought. Instead, why not make it so that planks can be the basis, you know? And then we can make the planks into other things. So, you know, make planks available to be made into long sticks. Because can the plank be made into a long stick? Here, let's have a look. Plank, right? I can get a long stick from that. I can carve a spear from that. Let's see. I can get a wooden rod out of the plank, but I can't get a long stick out of the plank. However, I can get a large handle out of a plank. What's the difference between a large handle and a long stick? One's thinner and longer? Is that... Now let's compare. This is a plank, right? This right here is a plank. And this is a long stick. So what we're saying is that the plank cannot produce this, which I can... I kind of like... It is longer, but that's not like, it's not really relevant when it comes to wood crafting, because what you can do is you would be able to make this wooden piece out of like out of the, because there you have enough left over. There's enough wood here to produce that. What is that? Let's see. I'm trying to find large. I'm even gonna not be optimal about this and just be like this here. Even if it was a higher level carpentry thing that you required to be a little bit higher level in order to craft it. Like, let's say level 7, because that's the magical number that everybody loved to get to, anyways. It would make sense to me that the wood plank should be able to produce a long stick. The reason why it doesn't is due to um, balance. But in all honesty, where's the balance? It just seems to me like it's just adding extra time and costing more trees, more durability. It's not really that it's not balanced. That's it's false. That's not right. It's under the guise of balance, but it's not actually balance. Where is the balance? Right? Where is the balance? All it does is cost more time and add in an extra item that's not necessary. Because really, why do saplings exist in the first place? They're just an extra step for, for crafting long sticks and spears. To separate those into their own categories. For what purpose? To extend the crafting, which is fine. I'm okay with that. But then where does it make sense? There needs to be, it can't just be the guise of balance. That's not the only, it adds, it's a layer that doesn't make sense. Over here. I'd like it to make sense. Hmm. Right now, I have to babysit these two fires in order to finish drying these, which is kind of annoying, but it's fine. It's my own fault. I'll take the L on that one. I shouldn't have put them there. 24 twine. There goes that. Come on really quick. Drop it on the ground. This. Another fires went out. What do we do now? The Can I walk away from this and keep it up? No, I can't. The rain is stopping the, which is a cool mechanic, meant like from a gameplay perspective, it's neat. But from a current player perspective, it's irritating. Like, it's cool when you think about it on paper, but when you're actually playing it and it's hampering your gameplay, it's really annoying. I'm already annoyed that I messed up and that I should have put those inside and I didn't, and so like I mean already that's irritating. Now it's wet and I have to wait even longer. I have to wait for the snow to go away. I like the new mechanics, but I don't like them at the same time. It's bittersweet. Is it raining right now? I don't think it is. Okay. Because I like this aesthetically, it looks cool, and the fact that the raccoon stuff is different is neat. I like that. What I don't like is that I can only put 8 hours of fire on, and this is gonna take an in-game week, and they're also wet now. So that's going to take time to dry on top of that, extending the amount of time that this is going to take by an unknown amount of time, given the weather. So let's see how bad the wetness apply. Like, what does the wetness do? So the wetness just adds a percentage before it starts the timer to go back on. Okay. So it doesn't actually reverse it, which is what I thought. So that's good. I'm glad that it didn't reverse it and make it wet again, so that it would take another week. So like I would have to essentially what I thought I was gonna have to do was thought that I was gonna have to box this small area at least, put a roof on it, and then like so you can see that would be kind of tedious to do all of that just to try and get this to dry faster. But I don't need to do that, thankfully. I just need to keep an eye on it and keep putting wood on the fire. Which plank goes there? Just right now. Thank you. Can I pick this up? The answer is yes. And put you back down, and now are you just a normal amphora? You take your lid off yet? No. How am I doing today? I'm doing okay. I mean, I'm having a good time, despite some of the stuff that's like, blah. Yeah, I like Zomboid. The game as a whole is always a game that will make me happy, and it has a lot of.
時間です。利息がつきます。
Yep. Thank you very much for the raid. Hello. Ooh, there we go. For some reason, I wanted to put the R on the other side of the I. It was calling your name is Sprite, but I tried to type Spirit. Strange. I wonder why I was doing that. But yes, I do very much appreciate the raid. Hopefully you had fun with whatever you were up to. I've never heard of Veil Transfer. I've heard of Valorant. Valorant's an interesting game. But hopefully you had fun. I'm having a good day. Do appreciate the raid. I am currently making water. It's very interesting. Oh, you were playing Resident Evil 2. Okay. Was it the remake or the old one? And also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. That's more of a priority than answering my silly questions. We very much appreciate. I am... Transfer liquids. I think that's there. Um, I'm forgetting something. What am I forgetting? I forget. But yes. Right now, today, I'm doing like we're playing the rat race, and I've been leveling my masonry, my napping, and just tailoring a few other things. Like I'm trying to do some of the crafting skills up. And I hit a snag with leather making because they've changed the way that the system works a little bit, which is fine. You like crafting? That's good. I'm glad. Me too. It's one of the things that I very much enjoy most in games. But I do try to bear in mind that not everybody likes crafting stuff like this, like in terms of gameplay. So I try to bear that in mind when thinking about um, other, uh, like if folks would want to do this, how much time is spent doing this, etc. Like I'm really putting all of my thought into critiquing parts of it. And this is the current one that's a bit hampering, is that I can't put in more than 8 hours worth of fuel in these fireplaces, and each of these leathers takes 7 days in game to cure. It's like so to dry, and because it's cold, right? And which, like, I mean, because it's winter months, it's November. Yeah, so I need these fires to be going for 7 days straight, but I can only put up to 8 hours total in the fires. So That's a bit of a problem. Means I'm gonna have to essentially babysit these fires and make sure that they're at 8 hours each, so that they can maintain their maximum heat, while hoping it doesn't rain. Because when it rains, it also stops because I didn't put these inside. So this is partly on me, but I didn't know. I wasn't aware that I was accidentally causing myself strife with this system by placing it here and not having like a roof and or indoor area around it. I could create an indoor area around it, but and probably should, but I mean, how hard would it be? Not super hard. This will cost a fair amount of wood, though, which I also need for the fueling the fires. But if I make it an indoor area, maybe... Go. It's... Realism is fine sometimes, but it's... There are parts of it that it's like it's a video game. So it's like the actual like in-game time isn't accurate. And the amount of food that I'm intaking isn't quite right. Like, I mean, it's like, so there's got to be a balance between realism and otherwise it's a little bit too much. Like, especially if you consider the fact that, like, for example, if we were to take this same concept to a multiplayer server, 7 days on a multiplayer server, unfast forwarded it's gonna at least be 7 hours, depending on, and generally, multiplayer servers like to do the 2 hour days, so that's 14 hours just to get one leather. So you would need multiple drying racks, right? In order to produce a fair amount of leather. It's even worse when you think about the herbs right now. Because herbs are a 1-to-1 as well at the moment, and that needs to be changed because even just foraging alone, if I go foraging and I forage up one little bit of herbs, drying one that takes 24 hours for them to dry. I'll only be able to get like maybe 2 of them dried before they rot. So that one is a little bit more pressing. Yeah, it's one of those things where you won't have to worry as much on, say, an apocalypse save because the temperatures don't drop to this degree until winter in the apocalypse save. Rat Race is a little bit colder, which is I am bearing that in mind that that Rat Race is set to be a little bit colder. So you wouldn't really need to worry nearly as much if you were doing apocalypse. That said, though, the time spent would still be the same. So it'll still be a week. And if you're working a 9 to 5, do you really want to be waiting, you know? Seems a touch excessive. Of course, you can go do other things. You don't have to stand here around here, and I'm not. I'm doing other things. Currently, I'm gonna just box it really quick so that I can speed it up. I'm not really fond of that as an answer, though. Like, of go do something else. Like, well, go do something else. It's like, but what if it was something that I wanted? Then, let's say, for argument's sake, let's say I wanted to make a backpack. Right now, making a backpack is a huge pain. Like an actual backpack, not like a tarp bag or any of those things. I mean, like a real like leather backpack. Tis a lot of work. If I were to look here at the... So it requires medium leather, which means that you have to kill a pig, or you have to kill deer, or, or you have to kill a larger animal and then dry it, and then... So this is like a month process of production to do this, not counting the fact that you got to also be level 2 tailoring. Arguably, you could get a tarp bag together with thread, duct tape. This is actually not too difficult, but it also requires a recipe, which I probably auto-learned from my tailoring level. Or maybe it was part of wilderness knowledge. I'm not sure, because I actually don't remember what new wilderness knowledge gives you. Okay. I'm gonna run out of wood again. Enjoy your lurk, and thank you again for the raid. Uh, Sledgehammer. Oh, that gives me welding XP, I think. Deer again. Yeah, so when I realized that I couldn't fish before, now that's not saying that I can't now. I think that I would probably be a little bit, it's a little bit better than it was to fish now. But on build 42.10, when fishing took its big hit, um, I realized I couldn't maintain body weight with fishing. So I was like, okay, well, what do I do? So I went trapping and caught a bunch of rabbits, and now I have enough rabbits to sustain now. The rabbits will keep me good for a long time. Because I didn't want to go and get cows. I don't really feel like I don't like butter meta. It's not something that I enjoy to play. From my own it's my own sort of personal thing. I just don't like the idea of walking around with a stick of butter and just eating a stick of butter as a chocolate bar. It's something that feels odd to me and I don't like it. So actually having to put in the effort to, you know, butcher and stuff is it's better overall. And while I don't like killing the baby bunnies because I think that it's kind of it does suck a little bit, um it's better than the alternative. Yeah, I'm not keen, but it's okay. That's why they're there, is to feed me. So they are serving their existing purpose. Yeah, survival. The only difference is though is if I were forced, I would starve to death if I had to try to eat frogs to survive. I wouldn't do that. Nope. Denied. Not doing that kind of playthrough. Yeah, it's tough. Some parts can be even worse too. A lot of the systems like that don't really aren't they're not really explained very well. Like the closest you get is actually this menu here that tells you a little bit about how to take care of animals, but it's like the shortest little blurb, and it doesn't really go into the details on it because you can't really go into the details of it in a little thing like this, right? It'd be difficult. And they try with their with the little like pictures and but it'd be difficult. Now I need to relight those. Let's go. Mm. Yeah, I still think there should be a put destroy and then one all, or in this case, if there's a fuel cap, it should say to the cap. Like, let me put the branches in there. Don't have make me go through this menu like 6 times. Instead, let me put the cap in there. Destroy 5. There we go. Is today a warm day? No. Give me these. Think the rest of the stream is good? Yeah, it is. Thanks, Emma. Bye bye. Yes, that's the Emma. The Emma does exist. She just doesn't come around very often. Sometimes. More lately. It's been a lot more lately. Because Emma's actually been playing Projects on Point, which is interesting. Emma's got a playthrough where she's playing as Bill from Left 4 Dead. She like made a carbon copy of Bill and has been conquering Rosewood. It's not true. Emma is special. Emma is the most special. Don't let her deceive you. It'd be cool if you did. Yeah. Smash that into this. That's worth a nice chunk of mapping XP right there. Throw it in the bin. How are these doing anyways? 5 days, 23 hours. We're making progress. It's slow and painful, but it's progress. Next, so if anything, learn from me right now. Do not put the drying racks outside. Put them inside. Indoors. Drying racks go indoors. Put the drying racks indoors. Curing stuff takes forever, yeah. The difference being that in the long dark, when you cure a hide, you can actually do something with it. When you cure a hide in Project Zomboid, that one hide is not going to be enough unless it's medium and above. Because these small hides can make leather strips, but they really can't do very much else. Like they're not very, and yet they still take the same amount of time as the larger hides. So, and fun fact about the larger hides is you can cut the larger hides into the smaller hides. So, because if you look here, where is it? Yeah, see? Um, no, wait, where is it? Yeah, see right here, a large hide into two medium hides. And then the two medium hides can then be cut into, 4 small hides. So essentially, 7 days to make a large hide, which is 4 times more than the small hide, and yet the 4 small hides would take you, well, I mean, if you cured them all at the same time, I suppose, then they would only take a week. But you would need 4 drying racks to do it, as opposed to needing only one, which takes up the large drying rack, if I remember right, takes up 2 tiles. Um, Same as the medium one, right? Or is it 3? I don't know. I don't remember. I haven't made one because I don't have a large leather to cure because I don't have cows. All right, let's see. So I got to continue this, which is why we slowed down just a second ago. Is because I needed to sate moodles as well as I need to chop trees and stuff again. Time to go and have a nap. Because very shortly we will be tier 4 sleep, and it's not going to be relevant that our arms hurt. Yep. Have yourself some fun. Uh, More than likely, Emma's gonna play games with friends. Probably. Or, yeah, more than likely. There we go. Okay. No, not supposed to sneeze more today. I already did enough. No more. And thank you. Part done. And these deer are proceeding to make a bad choice that I've rigged. Thank you very much, right? There, I can just pause just a sec. I haven't been playing very many games where I can pause, which is kind of nice now that I'm able to. Thank you very much, Raid. Hopefully you had a fun time with whatever you are up to. I'm gonna guess probably Zomboid, but yes, I think so. Hopefully you're having a good time. You're learning. It says that you're new. That's kind of cool. It's good. It's nice to meet you. Do a little intro thing. Yeah. Currently, I'm hunting. I guess it just sort of happened that these deer are available. Got you. Oh, currently I'm doing this is sort of like a marathon challenge run called the Rat Race. I've been playing this as well as a variety slew of other games as well. Rat Race essentially is there. It's the goals and such. And there's other commands there as well if you're of interest. It is an interesting but also very lengthy challenge. Hello. You just got into the stream? Alrighty. Well, I did do a bunch of chatting and stuff. I do apologize that you just got here now. But it's nice to meet you. I read that you're new. You're new to Zomboid, and kudos. Best of luck, and I hope that you get to enjoy and figure stuff out the way that you need to. I'm doing very good. Yeah, that's that is normal for Zomboid. I I just got the game. Yeah, I have over 400 plus hours in it now. You just got it. Yeah, I know. I just got it. I just I can't help it. It's just Zomboid is one of those spirals that you kind of it's like RimWorld or Minecraft or any of those kinds of games where you pick it up and then suddenly there is nothing else. It's just Zomboid. Good old Zomboid. But yes. It's this time now is some of the best time because you get to really enjoy it and You don't get to relearn the game again. That doesn't really like even coming into build 42 from build 41. I knew a lot about the game to start, so it ends up that you can't really go back and unless you have amnesia or something and relearn everything from scratch, right? So this is the time now where it's formative. Yeah. Let's butcher it. Just like that. Yeah, it's normal. You'll be at this point eventually as well, where where it just becomes kind of it just takes time, and then you'll get there. Right? Sure. An unprocessed deer leather and plenty of ensign. What I really should do is I actually should go back and grab some rabbit as well to mix in with this venison, because the rabbit actually is better in terms of total caloric value. So I will do that actually. The ventison's so heavy though. Wow. I'm gonna run and grab some rabbits. Once we're rested. Okay, let's go. Yeah, absolutely. You enjoy your self-care. And I will enjoy. It's nice meeting you, and I'm sure I'll see you around. It's one of those things where I very much do bounce around the Zomboid community a lot of the time and will just enjoy runs. That's just kind of how I am. I like seeing the new runs, but I'm not just Zomboid. I like watching lots of different types of content and just enjoying people's company, especially while I'm working. Um, Although in the near future I won't be working the same anymore, like very soon. Um, at least I hope. Like that there is some unknowingness there as well due to the nature of stuff being out of my hands a little bit for some of it. But I am doing the best I can for that, and I will put forward the best foot that I can. All right, let's have a look at the rabbits. 250 off rabbit pets. And then we'll take the nearest bunny and consume with the venison. Let's see, how are we at? We're at 72. Okay, nice. Then I probably should take two. Okay, let's go right. Oops. Really? Really, Higgins? Come on. Ran through a bush and it scratched him as his groin. Why did the bushes join the trees in causing us harm? That means that the hide pants are ruined too. They're damaged. See? There's a hole in them. It's okay though, because we can remake them. The benefit of making your own clothes is you can make your own clothes. So, you know, make another pair of pants if I want to. I'm not limited. Where did these fragments come from? And we won't be able to sleep now anyways, probably, because we gotta wait for the pain to come down a little. There's a lot of meat here. I think the best part is that there's no way I eat it all. Most of it's gonna go to waste. But we can compost most of it at least. Like this is so it's 123, but that's not the thing that matters. The thing that matters is the caloric value. So each of these are in like the 130 plus range, but yeah, that's not important. What is important is the how many calories are in there, and as we can see, my weight's scaled off right now. As soon as I eat even like a quarter of this, it'll be enough to put me in the up arrow. So, you know, I think we're at like, what are we at? 79. So we would be at roughly. We'll see it go down arrow here in a little bit, maybe. Unless, nope. If I eat half of this, up arrow. Yeah. See? So now we're gaining. Gonna wait for this to go away. Get a sleeping. Poor Higgins. Viciously attacked by a bush. He'll be killed by tomorrow. I learned I can pick this up and move it, so I'm gonna do just that. I'll put it there. Why did my inventory weigh so much? Oh, never mind. It's a silly question. Do I have any personal goals in the room? To beat my own personal best. So that is my personal goal. My personal best in Fast Shamblers is surviving 2 years, 11 months, 25 days, 9 hours, and killing 243,917 zombies. So I'd like to do more than that this time. So that is the plan. Of course, while doing that, I also want to achieve the rat race goal of, like, you know, the actual goal as well, which is million kills, etc. You know, the full suite. I want to do it all. So it's gonna take a long time. I expect I won't be done for quite some time. Almost there, yeah. The reason why I'm killing a lot slower as well is because this is a 0 to hero, and then also because of the muscle strain mechanic, slowing me down, as well as there being new skills, and the new way to level skills has slowed down gameplay by a large amount, like a lot, like to yeah. There's ways to level stuff up a little bit faster than I'm doing, of course, but some of it comes with inherent risks that I'm not willing to take. Will the rat race become multiplayer at some point? There is gonna probably, it wouldn't be the same as this exactly, but kind of. There is plans to do like a multiplayer server, but it wouldn't, due to the nature of how multiplayer works, it would be rat race settings, but it wouldn't be quite the same, right? Because there would be more people involved. And it would probably be a total goal of everyone working together as opposed to just a single person managing the task. But it also comes with its own difficulties as well. Multiplayer is not easy. Multiplayer has its own list of things that are tough. Need to go sleep. We're in pain. Wait for the pain to subside. And now panic's gotta go down. Almost level 7 carpentry off of doing this. We'll probably hit level 10 carpentry fairly quickly. I'm really worried about carpentry so much as I'm worried about the other stuff. How many iron chunks do I have? Just one? Really? No, there's 9 iron chunks there. Oh, we only have 2 charcoal. I was gonna say, that doesn't make sense. Gotta make more charcoal. Which means I need to give up even more wood. Okay. I could see Rat Race being fun as a multiplayer thing though. There's another 80 nails. You never really see PZ multi? Oh, there's tons. There's tons of servers that exist. Sunday Drivers is a good example of a server. There's lots of multiplayer server PZ. Just not Build 42 yet because, well, Build 42 doesn't have multiplayer yet. Eventually it will, though. It just takes time. Like when it gets released. Let's get another 11 boards in there. Enjoy your lurk. Appreciate it. Luck in your run. Boo. Okay. Number 12. And just like that, all those trees that I just chopped down have been converted into a building. Well, it's not finished yet, but it's getting there. I'm only doing this because I want these to dry faster. And it's carpentry XP. I was gonna turn this room into like a little storagey area, but now it's become the leather making area. It's just weird how that happens sometimes. You have intentions, and I was like, I'm gonna make this into a nice little storage and lounge area. I'm gonna go get carpet and lay it down, and now it's become the leather making room. Like, happens. Because I could move all of these after they're done drying, but by the time they're done drying, because here, I'll show you. Look, they've still got 5 days of drying and they're considered wet right now. So I'd have to start the fires again, get them on the go. And then but if I can get this to be an interior, as well as light this up, it'll heat it up even more faster and it'll count as hot instead, maybe, or maybe not hot, but it'll count as more. So now we can destroy fuel. Same as this one. Okay, let's see. Need... So how many... It should be more than enough. But we gotta go to in-game bed. And then tomorrow is when we finish this room. Because it'll count as a room tomorrow. Because we'll finish that top section. It'll have its roof, it'll have all of its sides. That should count as an interior now. Let's see. Yep, 5 degrees, so this is going to start drying now, I think. Yeah. And if we want it to dry faster, we just light these. So that was me making a mistake. Learn from my mistake. Don't put drying racks outside. Drying racks are not meant to be on the outside. They need to be inside. Did Zbay ever get an update? I've not seen Zbay get an update, but then again, it's not something like that. Some mod creators, they come and they go, right? I really liked Zbay. I thought it was cool. But I don't. If I recall correctly, the original mod creator wasn't native like English speaker, right? Like they I think they might have been. I think they were Korean, and that it got ported from Korea, but I don't know. I could be wrong completely, by the way. But that's what I think, if I remember right. But it just goes to show you, Zomboid is one of those games that unites the world. It's like everywhere, all over the world, you can slay zombies and be happy. You know, it doesn't matter where you're from. You can be anywhere in the world, and even like out of the world. I mean, if we could get some kind of like, if you sent a PC to the moon and with Zomboid on it, somebody on the moon plays Zomboid. It'd be kind of cool, actually. That'd be pretty hype. Astronaut and Zomboid slaying zombies in Kentucky on the moon. I'd watch that. Astroboid. Yeah, exactly. Out of this world. All right. So, what do these count as now? Oh, they count as warm temperature now. So they're going to proceed as planned. Okay. Good. Nice. So now that we're drying those things properly, I'm gonna make an extra one of these. Put it there. And you're playing Hypixel Skyblock? Skyblock is fun. It's been a while since I played Skyblock. Does drying weather require an open fire? It doesn't require it, but it helps. So the way that they've changed the system for doing leather working is you can put one leather in here and then you can put more in the end in the upper part, right? And then as you put more in the upper part, what is going to happen is it's going to then take an in-process time for one leather to process. And it processes the leather one at a time. So because this is an indoor temperature, it's processing at a drying rate of 1.3 times, which means that instead of taking the standard 7 days to dry, it's going to dry a lot faster, which is nice. Now, it'll go even faster if you could put down a fire like this or, the other kind. Just be very careful of putting like a campfire indoors because you could accidentally burn down your house. So the reason why I use these is because these are kind of controlled. So now I'm going to put this on here. And we're going to see it's going to take 7 days. But we can see it's drying at a 1.1 rate. Why? Because it's one tile away. It's a little bit too far away to be warm enough, right? So like this one here is drying at a 1.3, right? This one here drying at 1.2. So it's based on the distance it is from the fire. But obviously if it's adjacent to the fire directly on one of the cardinal directions, it'll be hotter. So because this is an isometric game and that's how it works. And for those that don't understand cardinal directions and isometric, this is the southern point. This is the northern point. This is eastern. This is western. So that this directly from where this is. I'm using the walk to command to see where it is. That's this right here. You can also set it to a hotkey, which is why I can kind of just do that, right? So it's set to a hotkey. So this is where the fire is. One of those sections. And then obviously the corners are going to be warm as well, but not as warm as beside. But yeah, it's temperature based. Also, if you do it outside and it's raining, it pauses the timer and they get wet. Wet gets added to it up to 100%. Now, it doesn't reset it, thankfully, but it adds time. So, because it needs to dry first before it can dry, which I know that sounds ridiculous, but really what it should say is it needs to dry first before it can cure, because it's not so much that it's drying the drying racks and all that. It's curing the leather. It's not drying it. At least I think that's the proper terminology. Once again, I'm not somebody who does that. Like, I don't work with leathers as a profession. So obviously there will be folks that are much more... but I just know it from the Zomboid and then other crafting games perspective. And we burned out most of the leather I have, at least currently. Okay, so we need to repair my pants and I need to make leather gloves. Those are two things that I need to do. The reason why I need leather gloves is because making a fresh pair of leather gloves will make picking up the glass easier. But also because we tore our pants just a little while ago. I would like to have a fresh pair of pants. There we go. Brand new pair of hide pants. And unfortunately, we can't rip these up. So, trash. Well, actually, it just sounds uncomfortable. Oh, no, don't tend. Which sounds less uncomfortable? Hide or no insulation? 0.6. Oh, we're the same. Oh, there are leather gloves there. Still. It requires a lighter? Why? Like, the other molten metals don't. They... The other molten metals don't require because it's implied that you use the bellows to keep the coal, like you maybe the coals are, I don't, why is glass requiring, I don't understand the whole extra step, an extra item used. I need to go get more wood. Strange. Okay, so I have a thing full of molten glass now, right? But in order to do it, I'm gonna need this, and I'm gonna need another one. Because I'm pretty sure that this recipe is duplicated, and that for some reason you need, like, it, it's weird. Alternatively, though, I can use the sheet to make sheets of glass, right? Ceramic mold, okay. Okay, so you can't do it in the advanced forge. Can I do it in this thing? No. Requires applied surface. Okay, I have a pane of glass now. Used to build window. I can break the glass? It says used to make window. How? Teach me. Do I need 4 of them? I can make 4 of them. Wait, did it break the ceramic mold? Okay, it didn't. Thank goodness. I am just about tired of that as a feature. Alright, I have it. I have 4 panes of glass used to build window. How do I make window? Window. Oh, here we go. Planks and nails. I wonder what it's going to count as. Do you think it's going to count as glassmaker or is it going to count as carpentry? Where even is it? It's under furniture. Apparently it's a furniture. It's like a chair. Window. Or desk. Same thought. Requires 4 panes, which is 6 broken glass. Furniture. Window. Yeah. Window. I kind of was hoping you'd hammer it. But, you know, it's a window of our very own that we built ourselves. Let's put these things away. I'm glad that this didn't break. The sheet mold for making glass didn't shatter. I'm happy about that because there's way too much stuff that requires us to constantly remake things and it, it's even like the just making the ingots. It's absurd. I've got what? How many there? 13 molds, and I can't even use the broken molds for anything. Hopefully, we'll be able to grind them back for pieces of ceramic that we can then, you know, refold back into clay somehow. Like, grind it into, like, dust and then reshape it or something. I can dream. The idea of everything looping back around and being all reusable is appealing. I like that. So, let's see, furniture. So it's 2 per. He's doing this. I could speed it up by heating it up, or I could just let it go. So for right now, I'm just gonna let it go. I have a bonus in glassmaking, right? Yes, I do. Thank goodness. Yeah, I'm getting a bit stir crazy, so we'll go and maybe kill some zombies tomorrow. Problem solved. Break these things first. Time to get going. I'm gonna compare a few of these weapons. After I'm done breaking the long blades, of course. Like fog. That's an interesting perspective on the tree. Oh wait, I can bring these back. I might need the welding mask though. Yep. Did that not give welding XP? It should have, right? I don't know if it did. Because if it did give welding XP, it would have appeared in the OSRS thing up top. So what? Only metal fences and vehicles? That sucks. If that's the case. So there's quite a lot of other vehicles that are up here. We took apart all three of these, so these are gone. But there's still 3 there, some here. Don't think you can weld those ones. I'm sure there's some along the road here somewhere. We've not even breached most of Moldraw, so there's a lot of Moldraw to explore. there a crafting recipe for this? Nope. Technically, if I do this and then hit... Nope, because it's not got again in inventory. We're not even gonna break 400 XP. This is with police officer as well, where you get an 100%. Could you imagine doing this without police officers bonus? Yeah, sure, I have reluctant fighter and slow learner, but that's not relevant. It's not at all even a fraction of what the reduction is. Oh, come on, we can make it. We can make it 400. Yay. We even got past 400. Lucky. It was just to get rid of the foggy day. Because I'd rather do something productive. Even if it's reloading. How's the police officer? I have no idea. Sometimes a police officer doesn't look like a police officer, but they are one. Hmm. And a clipboard? Sure, why not? Make an order. Yeah, the reason why I'm running back right now is because I'm gonna grab the welding mask, the welding thing, and the propane tank. Which is this? Nothing. Which is this? Nothing. You get nothing from metal fences. That's harsh. Or am I getting it and it's just not showing it? Nope. Nothing from metal fences at all. That's fine. How else to get welding? I could put up metal barricades. That method is painfully slow, though. Make scrap weapons. It looks like the only way is going to be to that is of any decent caliber will be taking apart broken down vehicles. And it's not like there's not a lot of those to use. How much propane do I have? I have a tank. Hello. There's some broken vehicles. Costs an entire welding torch and is worth 2 point. Did it not give me anything at all? No, it did. It's just I couldn't see it because of the blurry-ishness. Yeah, let's head back. This is a fair amount of metal. A little bit. 2 cars worth. Goodness, you're just like so panty. I don't want to go looking for food, so we'll do the cook thing. Just cure 8 of my food with thistles. It's enough that we'll be able to get through the night, and then we can get food in the morning. What are my options to level welding aside from requires a book, requires a book, requires a book, requires a book? Literally nothing? There is nothing in the welding tree at all that you can use to level welding. None. Oh, wait, we can make this metal door. No, we can't, because in order to make a metal door, you need level 3 welding. My bad. There's nothing that can be done. Because you need a recipe in order to learn how to make metal flooring. Maybe we can research a panel to learn how to make metal flooring. How hard is metal flooring? You just lay it down. How do I level this up? I guess just taking apart cars. That's like it. Because we tried the fences don't work. We take apart cars until we're level 2, and then we can start doing these wireframes from steel rods. It's kind of expensive. We can also, for a little bit of, or actually, we could see about doing barricades. Because what? The car was worth 2, right? So maybe metal barricades are the way to level it. That's how I did it on... It was painful, though, and I, you know, less than keen to reenact that scenario. Let's see... Is there already a steel sheet on the ground? Yeah, there's 2. So if I grab one of these, and... Oh, we're gonna have to go grab the metal. Or the welding equipment, but I was gonna run over there anyways. Because over there is not a bad position for foraging for fruit. The only thing I don't have any points in. Well, I mean, I guess tracking and first aid as well, but tracking I could do via the deer that are over there. I wonder if I can track the rabbits that are in the pen. Just like walk over and track 70 rabbits all at once and just get a bunch of XP. I don't think it works that way though. Oh, maybe it does. I'm pretty sure those rabbits count as domesticated though. Probably, right? I've been petting them. They don't freak out when I come over there. I found another frog. That's hype. What if skills all required mini games, but based on how you did in the mini game, you got more XP? they made it cost welding rods. Did it cost welding rods before? I don't feel like it did. And is welding rods not something... We can't craft welding rods, can we? No, you cannot craft welding rods. That is something you find. Please let me be wrong. So you can't craft welding rods. I have only a limited supply of them. What am I supposed to do? Besides take apart cars. I guess I can't do welding until later then. I'm just stuck waiting on that one. So we have access to more broken down vehicles. And we get 2 point, what is it? 2 point something per broken down vehicle. So it's gonna take like well into the thousands for broken down vehicles in order to level it. But obviously we wouldn't be doing that the whole time. Because there are other things that we can do that would give more XP. But just to be certain... Remember, welding rods are not something we can craft. You can find them in foraging, though. Everything in welding costs welding rods. Except for taking apart cars. This one doesn't say that it costs welding rods, but in order to make this frame, you need this frame, which costs welding rods. So everything costs welding rods. Except for the scrap weapons, maybe? Let's see. Because I know you can make the scrap weapons and the scrap armor with welding as well, can't you? Yeah, this stuff doesn't cost welding rods, but it's costing nuts and bolts, which are kind of expensive. Scrap metal knife. Given that it costs propane to make this, you would expect this to be, like, fairly good, right? But I have a feeling that it's no better than the Shiv. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should look at the stats. Maybe it's the same as this. It's made out of sword pieces. Maybe it is better. But it wouldn't be an equivalent to, say, the hunting knife. Enjoy your sleep. Why would I not just make a hunting knife? It's easier. The more you look at the trying to level everything and being able to level everything, the more it's just crazy. Why did you removing broken glass like that give us broken glass? Hello. Well, we got 24 pieces of broken glass so far. Here we go. Let's go. I got 27 pieces of broken glass. Okay, so much broken glass. And yet, I know that it's not gonna be able to produce too much. Because 6 shards of the ground... One broken window? It takes 6 broken windows to make 1 window. But not exactly, because 6 broken windows, but you can also break things like whiskey bottles and other such things. And those count towards it as well. This is kind of cool. I like that animation. I think that's neat. I didn't even use very much of it. Ta-da! That's it. So I made a hurricane lantern. This is a lantern I made myself. And then I proceeded to make 14 panes of glass. We ran out of glass at the end. Oh, are they done? No, there's no way. Where are you at anyways? 4 more days, but it's not actually 4 days because it requires these. Let's light these. says 4 days and 18 hours. That's brutal. We're like literally on the edge of leveling up our carpentry as well. And I just been sitting there staring at it, thinking, I could go and like chop down 2 trees. I could build a couple of things and then we'd hit that next level. But I also could wait. Because then we have 3 levels of carpentry left after that. Carpentry is done. Masonry, knapping, and metalworking are all not too bad. Like, they just are gonna take a lot of smashing rocks, essentially. I actually... I hope we find the magazines for metalworking, because or for, sorry, for welding, because I honestly don't know how we'll be able to do that if not. This is my bunny area. Oh my god. This bunny's upside down and in the picture. How did that happen? It's so big. Oh. Wait a second. Is it perspective based? Where is this rabbit? Come on. Oh, that one's heartbreaking. The reason why that baby can't find its mom is because its mom kind of passed away over here somewhere. And then became dinner. I got it to happen again. I don't know what's causing that, but it's a joy. I'm happy that that exists in the world. Giant upside down bunny. It's a fun bug. Yeah, it is. It's one of those ones where it's like I don't know why it's happening, but it's okay. Yeah, I don't like how dark it is in there. We're just gonna bail. I've got this little friend that's gonna become dinner, and then we'll have a sleep. We did gain quite a lot of XP, but it's like towards the total, it's tough. I want to max out and finish off some of these, but it's hard to get that much XP unless I hyper focus on one thing, which I'm kind of swapping myself. That said, though, we learned a lot about about the leathers, so that's important. Unprocessed leather. Yeah, the time going from instant to 7 days, and then also it being reflective of weather affecting it is tough. Especially because there's no way for me to dry that room out even more, like than it already is. It's like kind of as warm as I can get it. We should have like a room that's like like that we can create that's maybe drier. Or like a smoke shed or but not. At least I can produce the leather still and it's still possible. It just is gonna cost me the entire forest. The whole forest, all of it. Like the trees around Muldra, this place is not gonna have trees. There's not. It looks like there's trees here. No, they're all gonna be gone. McCoy logging is gonna be looking to hire me. That's what's gonna happen. And it'll be like, where did all the trees go? Just gonna be no trees anywhere. Project Zomboid tree percent. Alright, time to go and have a nap. Yeah, something like that. I'm trying to think of things that would help this be less than just wait, you know? Because just wait is an answer to a lot of things. Agriculture, right? Farming. What do you got to do? Just wait. Okay. Well, leatherworking. What do I got to do? Just wait. Making dried herbs. Okay, just wait. Yeah, there's a lot of just wait at the moment. And it's fast forwarding. If you were to cumulatively add up all of the time that I have fast forwarded, I bet you could knock off a year of my playtime. Probably more. It's really like a year and a half of my playtime. Maybe count sleep as a half, right? These are counting as cold now, aren't they? Yep. Time zero rate. So see, now it's frozen again at 4 days, 13 hours. It was 4 days, 18 hours earlier, which means that these were only active for the length of time that I put, or actually less than the length of time that I put on, because I put these boards on that would have given it 8 hours, right? They were only active for 5. It doesn't add up. Something's missing there. Where did the other 3 in-game hours go that I had put on there for the fires? I'm missing 3 in-game hours on both of those probably. Let's see. Yeah, so it's 5 in-game hours was burned. I put a total of 8 hours of fuel on this. It would have gotten cold around maybe. Usually it's what, 1 hour or 2 hours burn time remaining that it gets cold. That doesn't add up. I'm being shorted in-game hours of time on the leather making. There's something wrong there. Unless it's getting cold enough that even with the heat it's not hot enough. Which shouldn't be the case. Because right now it's minus 11. That's outside. Right? You go inside, it should be, yeah, it's 1. Now, this makes sense that this would stop, but the 2 campfires were on. And when the 2 campfires are on, it's like, what, 15C? Let's find out. I think it's shorting me in-game time. It could be the fast-forward mechanics shorting me time. That sucks if that's the case. Because then the optimal play would be to not fast-forward while these are active. Which would... It's just like... Or... turn them on and then fast forward, but burn extra wood. But we're already chopping down like tree after tree after tree. That one's only going to be 5 hours. Fast forwarding does cause strange mechanics to happen in Zomboid, though. You do end up losing time a lot of the time. So it's not so much of a surprise as it's just like that's kind of annoying. A lot of little things like that, though, at the moment. See, and the doors and windows don't have anything to do with anything. I could have left these open, and I'm just doing that because I want to, for aesthetics as well as it's giving me XP. You don't need to. It doesn't change the interior temperature. Interior temperatures are one temperature. It's either inside or outside. Those are the only two temperatures that exist. Except there is one other temperature that exists, and that is, here, I can show it. So as you can see, there's the interior and exterior temperature here. Minus 8.5 is the exterior temperature and an interior temperature of 3.6. However, if I choose to go up a floor, suddenly it goes down in temperature. It's 1.8. And it'll continue to go down the higher you go up. At least I think that that's how it works. Because, well, I've not really climbed something like a skyscraper or anything, but I'm sure you could probably see it in that skyscraper challenge, maybe. Maybe it's a curve, maybe something like that. Like it's a percentage or something based on what floor you're on. I don't know. But I know that there is a difference between the second floor and the first floor. And I learned that in Cryo Winter. Because very frequently I wanted to sleep on the second floor, but during Cryo Winter's winter, I couldn't, like, I'd struggle sleeping on the second floor because it got so cold. And, like, I mean, it was tough. I think I caught a cold once doing it. But yeah, that goes with exterior as well. So see how it's 8.3? If I go up this stairs, right? It stays 8.3 because it's exterior. It's unaffected. Let's see. What else is there to be doing? Kind of. Okay. I think I'm gonna stop my zomboid for the time being, though. Like, I mean, I'm content with the progress that we made. We've got some drying racks active and stuff like that, as well as we did we got a fair amount of XP. We leveled glassmaking to 2. It overtook electrical, which is hilarious to me. But yeah, I think that's what we'll stop Zomboid for now, and I'll probably be back a little bit later with playing some other games. It's like after dinner maybe. We'll see. It depends. I might be uh either we may play some Grounded 2 or we might play something else. I'm not sure. But I will see you guys then. We'll wait out for now. Let's see. Hmm, There's a lot of cool folks on. There's there's some folks doing the rat race. Mm, Yeah, let's do this person. Thank you very much for coming and hanging out with me. I will see you guys next time. Which might be a little bit later. I started with Artisan. Go hang out with Evan Burr.